Hey guys, welcome into the hot shop. So we're gonna have a lot going on the hot shop floor today, visually, because we're working at every bench today. But we are going to be working on some pitchers, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. This is our reference right here. So the special thing about this pitcher is it has all these perfectly spaced air bubbles within the glass. And you'll see how we get that pretty soon, actually. We have already started by layering some color within the walls of our glass. Oh yeah, and just to point out, we always start on the side benches and then move over to the center bench. So eventually we will be working here when we're actually blowing it out and shaping it. But over on the left, completely different project, completely different group. This is a group of instructors teaching people how to make their first glass objects, like a hands-on experience over on the left. And they're making fish today, which are really cute. They have these big blown bodies. So just to point out, we've already pushed this glass bubble into the mold. Again, the pineapple mold. which created all these divots across the surface of the glass. You can actually see them when Trent slows down on the turning. And then when we gather our next layer of clear over top of this, this is going to trap air inside of those little divots and create those perfectly spaced air bubbles, which I know some people are just joining in now, so welcome into the hot shop. And this is what we're working on right here on the front pedestal that I'll be focusing on for the most part. This is a pineapple pitcher. And they call it a pineapple pitcher because we're using the pineapple mold to get those perfectly spaced air bubbles. And this is all happening over on the right bench, which we have a view of up on the screen. Over on the left bench in front of you guys who just joined in, this is a sort of hands-on workshop or experience. So these people have paid to come in and make their first piece of blown glass, which today they are making some fish. They're super cute. They have these blown bodies and big fins and faces. But yeah, again, I'll be focusing mostly on our resident hot shop team. They'll be working on the right and center bench right here. We're about to gather our final layer of clear glass, and then we can start to blow this piece out and actually turn it into our pitcher. And just to point out specifically, these tanks with the closed doors on either side of the hot shop, these are where we're getting all of our molten glass. Each time we go inside of those, we're getting more mass, more material to work with. And these sit at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, just to keep that glass consistently molten to the same texture all throughout. So now we sit at the center bench, and this is already starting to be blown out. This is really easy to miss. The blowing is brief, and they have to do it really gently, otherwise they can blow the glass thin enough for it to break. Now Sarah uses this pad. This is just folded up newspaper that has been soaked with water, and she uses this to guide which way the bubble blows out. Also, feel free to ask any questions that you guys have. I know you're all joining in at different points in time, so you're all going to miss just these little bits of information. And then we stretch the glass using gravity, just hanging that bubble down. And then we continue to blow it up. Also, could I have the image of the pineapple mold just very briefly? So for those who haven't seen it yet, this is the inside of the mold, and then again, those air bubbles that are produced from this mold called the pineapple mold. Thank you. So I wanted to make that brief because at the center bench, we're seeing a really important move right now. We just used two metal blades off of the end of the pipe and squeezed down, and that created this divot. This divot is where we're going to break the entire piece off later on. So it's our breaking point. And next we can flatten the bottom of the piece once we've focused all the heat on the bottom using the wooden paddle. We're keeping the jacks on the side. As you can see, this really pushes the glass into a sharp corner on the bottom. And just like that, we've finished the lower half of our piece, assuming they're happy with that shape. So now we just keep the piece overall warm. We want it to sit at about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, which I know that sounds more than warm, but that temperature, it allows the glass to stay warm enough to not break from thermal shock and also not be so hot that it starts to melt and move around. While we, at the same time, prepare a pipe with a little clear attachment on the end. This will be attached to the center of the bottom of the piece and enables us to break the piece off of its first pipe. So for those who just joined in, first of all, welcome into the Hot Shop. We are working on some store items today. This is our resident Hot Shop team at the center and right bench that you'll see today. We're working on some pitchers, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher, and this specifically has these perfectly spaced air bubbles throughout the glass. This interesting texture comes from something called a pineapple mold. It's over on this far bench, by the way, our reference. Yeah, you'll see the beginning again. These pieces are really quick. We only started this one not even 30 minutes ago, and we're already almost finished with the body. We need to start opening this up, and then we'll bring over the handle, attach the handle, and make our spout, and then that pitcher is completed. They make these all the time. And just to point out, over on the far left side of the Hot Shop, we're going to have a lot of activity there as well. These are some hands-on workshops, so I won't be specifically talking you through the process of those, but it's really fun to check those out if you want to. They're making some blown fish over there today, which are really cute. They have these big round bodies. So we trimmed off some glass just from the opening of the piece. The reason we do this is actually to get rid of some excess thickness more than anything else. It's not really to build height, not to trim unevenness. It's all just about thickness at this point. And these are the only excess bits of glass that come off of the piece. We create very little scrap. And you can really see that color change as it's been cooling down. So this is definitely a cool colored piece of glass, maybe more of a blue. And now we can start focusing on fully opening this up, going on the inside of the piece with the jacks. And when we go on the outside, this is more so to correct and straighten the walls. And again, next we're going to work on the handle. And it might be a little bit hard to tell, but this handle is actually a blown piece of glass itself. It's a hollow bubble that will be attaching to the side. So if you missed the very beginning, this is where we get all of our glass, where Trent is just about to go into. This is the furnace. Inside is a giant ceramic crucible sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, just filled with clear molten glass. So you can see it's a lot like the texture of honey. If you were to stop turning right now, that glass would just drip off and onto the floor. And after rolling this on the marver, that metal table, kind of cooling certain areas, he's able to blow into the end of the pipe, cap it with his thumb immediately, which will continuously hold pressure and blow that bubble into the end. And what is left is just to bring this bubble over and attach it to our piece. Yeah, isn't that satisfying? Just one quick move and we have a handle. Now we just have that final detail, the spout. We'll just heat up a small section of the lip on the opposite side of the handle, and we can just push the lip outward to create our spout. So now we start getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. which means we'll be torching that connection. We're looking for some movement in that connection. Then we apply some water. That cracks the glass from thermal shock, pops the piece right off. So here we are applying that water. Again, this is creating a little bit of thermal shock just at the end of the pipe, enough for the piece to pop off. And then we torch the bottom and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and that will be our first piece of the day done. Yep, so just like that, this goes away into the annealer. Well, it will cool down overnight. And this is when we usually give them a round of applause. Let's give them a round of applause for the first piece of the day. Thank you, guys. I know there's not a ton of you, but you're small and mighty. You've got this. Okay, so this box, you might be curious about this box. It's sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's not a cooling box per se. It's going to keep the glass warm, and then with the press of a button later on, everything inside all at once will cool down for about 12 hours. So we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. And now we start the next one. So this is a continuous process, continuous demonstration. Again, we are making some fish over on the left bench as well. And again, if you have any questions, feel free to let me know. So the center bench, this is actually pure colored glass on the end of this pipe right here. I'm not sure how many of you guys saw the beginning, but we all start usually with pieces of color bar, which I'll hold up an example all the way back here, staying out of people's way. This is color bar. We get it shipped in. It's just solid colored glass. We'll break off sections of it using this contraption here and then melt it down and literally layer it within the walls of our glass. So these pieces that look like they're solidly colored, it's mostly clear glass and then just a paper thin layer of color just within the walls. And could we have a view of the right bench? Yeah, don't worry, we've got a little bit of time, but The reason I wanted to have a view of the right bench is this is where we're going to see them applying that color, and this process is called a color overlay or a color drop, and hence the name, color drop. We will see them quite literally drop the color on top of this clear bubble that Trent's holding upright. So we have a really good view of this on the screen and on the floor as we drop that color down. So you can see it's just sitting on top of that clear bubble, but we eventually push and roll that color over and over and over again, and it pushes that color back, completely surrounding that clear. So we're rolling and pushing the color back using this metal table called the Marver. We did use one of these earlier, but we don't use it very frequently. It cools the glass down whenever it touches the table. Yeah, so they're making the same shape again, but probably using a different color. They'll be switching up the colors throughout the day, so that we have a variety in the store. But yeah, we are going to be making that picture over and over again today. I did hear that we may be making more lids later on during the day as well, so we should see another project. Yeah, for those who just joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop. I wanted to point out the picture right here on the front pedestal. This is what we're working on right now. So this is specifically a pineapple pitcher because we use a pineapple mold to get those air bubbles within the glass. We'll see most of this taking place over on the far right bench. Eventually we'll move to the center bench and actually blow it out. So now that we have our layer of colored glass, we are going to start gathering layers of clear and building up some mass, just getting more material to work with for the piece. So this is the furnace. I know you guys haven't seen it yet. That tank with the closed door has a crucible filled with molten glass inside of it at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And yeah, this runs 24/7. Everything else is pretty much turned off when we're done using it, except for this piece of equipment. So after they blow this bubble out a little bit, shape it a little bit, you'll see them stuff it into that pineapple mold that I briefly mentioned earlier. It has all these inward facing spikes that push into the glass and create divots across the surface of the bubble. And we actually have an image of this up on the screen so you could see the inside of the mold. Sometimes the mold gets pretty hot, otherwise sometimes I'll bring it up and show people in the front, but yeah, this is the pineapple mold. Thank you. So we've already stuffed it into that mold. You can see those divots across the surface of the glass now. And this is worked with just a little bit further, sometimes blown and reshaped. We'll gather one more layer of clear glass over top of this, and this is going to trap little pockets of air inside of those individual divots across the glass. Yeah, for those who just joined in, I wanted to point out the final form of what we're making, which is right here on the front pedestal. This is a pineapple pitcher because we use the pineapple mold to get all those individual air bubbles within the glass. We already have those now. Now we just start blowing it out and turning it into the body of our pitcher. So we move to the center bench. We always start our pieces on the side benches and then move it to the center to actually blow it out and finish it off. And after blowing this out just a bit, Sarah creates the jack line. You'll see this better when they come up, but the jack line is this divot off the end of the pipe. And eventually this is where we break the entire piece off, so it's our breaking point. And now we can continue to blow this out and finish off the shape. Also, I didn't mention this earlier, but we're using these wooden paddles to shield Sarah's arm from that radiant heat coming off of the piece. The piece is always upwards of about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so you can imagine being a few inches away is going to be a little bit warm. Oh yeah, and again, I want to point out over on the left side of the hot shop, we have some hands-on workshops going on. So they're making some fish today. They have these big blown bodies and then these sculpted fins. They're really cute. So feel free to check that out if you like, but I'll mostly be focusing on the center bench unless anyone has any specific questions. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you two. We are going to be working on some pitchers, like a juice pitcher or water pitcher for the Museum of Glass store. And this is our resident hot shop team that's working on the hot shop floor today. So they're all working for the museum. We have just flattened the bottom of the piece using a wooden paddle. So that means pretty soon we'll see them attach another pipe right to the center of the bottom, and we'll break the entire piece off from the pipe that it's on right now. So if you haven't seen it already, in the back you could see we've just gathered a little bit of clear glass. That's where we're getting all of our molten material. So it's very individualistic, the glass blowing path that each artist takes. These guys that work here, they're all just kind of hired on either part time or full time, and they didn't have to go through any specific apprenticeship or training here at the museum, I don't believe. And a lot of them were already very experienced when they came in. But yeah, they have various ways of learning. Some of them go through college, and some of them study underneath someone, and then some of them start at like a hard job in a hot shop and kind of work their way up. So there's a few different ways I've heard people go about it. Yeah, he's like 83 now, I'd like to say. So he doesn't show up here very often. He has his own studio in Seattle as well. And so he mostly is there. So at this point, we attach that pipe to the bottom. To break the piece off, we always apply a little bit of water. This is just thermally shocking, cracking the glass, and then it just pops right off with the tap of the pipe. So now we can start working on opening up and finishing the piece off. Yeah, Chihuly grew up in Tacoma, which I hope all of you know who Chihuly is. He's the one who helped open up the museum. He helped start Hilltop Artists, which is the glassblowing program I went through in Tacoma. And he also helped start up, well, I guess he started up individually Pilchuck and his own studio in Seattle, Chihuly's Boathouse, etc. He's huge in this area. And yeah, he grew up in Tacoma, which is why we have so many things right here. Also, this museum opened in 2002. If anyone's curious, they had been working on it for a little while. They completely cleaned up the Theophos waterway, built the bridge, built the museum all at the same time. So after trimming a little bit of extra glass off from the opening of the piece, we then fully open this up using the jacks again, those two metal blades. We're taking the measurements of these every once in a while. They don't have to be exactly the same, but in the end, we want them all to be around the same since they are going into the store. So while they're keeping the glass warm at the center bench, Trent is making another bubble This is just a small clear bubble, and it'll be brought over and attached to the side to create the handle, like you could see on the original piece here. Might be a little hard to tell, but yeah, the handle is hollow. And after briefly heating this, this is brought over and attached to the side of the piece before being stretched and cut off. And after creating that handle, we now just have one detail left, and that's creating the spout. So we heat up a small section of the lip and just push the lip outward. And just like that, we have finished off our picture. So each of these is only taking about 30 minutes. If we keep going at this rate, we'll have about a dozen pieces by the end of the day. I always get a lot of questions about how many pieces we make in a day. It always depends on what we're making. And now to break this piece off, we just apply a little bit of water all the way to the end of the pipe. Thermally shocking that connection enough that this piece of glass should just pop right off. And again, we're going to torch the bottom, stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo since this is a store item. And then this piece will be completely done. And there we go. Pick it up and carry it over to the annealer where it will slowly cool overnight. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing our second piece of the day. Guys are all scared of being loud. Also, welcome into the Hot Shop to those who just joined. We are working on some store items today. These are our resident Hot Shop team members, so they're working for the museum today. And then over on the left, we have some hands-on workshops going on at the same time, so we do have a pretty busy floor. They're making fish, by the way, over on the left. We're just going to continue to make those pictures like you just saw at the center bench. Make a variety of colors, but overall the same shape and size. Yeah, just to catch you up a little bit and let you know what we have going on. We're making specifically these pitchers right here today. These are going to be store items, and they're being made by our resident hot shop team. So these guys are working for the museum at the center and right bench. And yeah, I just kind of follow along as they go through the process. So feel free to just grab my attention at any point and ask any questions you have, including questions about the gallery. For some reason, people don't consider that, but got lots of knowledge about patterns and techniques. So we've just started our next piece with a single gather of clear glass on the end of our pipe. We've blown a bubble into this already. And our next step is going to be applying our color. So when it comes to colored glass, it appears to be just all one color throughout the blown piece, but it's actually a thin layer of color sandwiched within the walls of the glass, which is just mostly clear glass. You'll see how we do that. So we have a really good view of this up on the screen. This process is called a color drop or a color overlay, where we quite literally drop color down on top of the clear bubble. You can see it's kind of just resting on top of the clear bubble. Eventually this will be pushed and rolled back until it covers up that clear and you can't see through it anymore. And again, there is already a bubble within this glass. So to create a bigger piece, we simply expand that bubble further. The walls get thinner, the piece gets bigger, kind of like expanding a balloon. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. Your outfits are so colorful. I love it. Also, we are working on this piece right here, which is a pineapple pitcher because we use a pineapple mold to get the air bubbles within the glass. Speaking of which, I haven't shown that off for a little while, so could I have the pineapple mold up on the screen? All right, thank you. So for those who haven't seen it yet, up on the screen, this mold, again, it has all these inward-facing spikes. These will push into the glass and create dimples or divots across the surface. So then when we gather our next layer of clear, it traps air within all of those individual pockets. So this is how we create that pattern within our piece, perfectly spaced because it's a perfect mold. And we'll use that pretty soon here, gathering one more layer of clear. This will be blown out and shaped a bit more and then stuffed inside of that mold. Thank you. Yeah, also just to describe the temperatures in our hot shop real quick, these large open face furnaces that we're using, these are to reheat the glass only. It's just natural gas constantly being pushed in and lit. And these run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And then we also have, of course, our furnaces, which you would imagine everything would be called a furnace, but specifically the furnace is where we get the clear molten glass. And that is the tank with the closed door there. So that sits at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit more exactly. It's programmed to sit at a very specific temperature. And yeah, that one's on 24/7. We never turn it off, we never turn it down. So those are a couple of important pieces of equipment to keep your eye on. Now Trent has heated up this bubble one more time and is going inside of the pineapple mold. I should probably describe how tricky this mold is. I've personally used it maybe 2 or 3 times at this point, but it's really easy to get stuck inside of it because it has those inward facing spikes. So when you go to pull out, it just pulls on the glass. So you have to get it just right to where it almost collapses on itself a little bit, and then you can pull it out. Correct heat, correct amount of thickness in the walls. Okay, wait, this is super cute. Can we have a view of the left bench if possible? I know there's a lot of people over there, so I'm not sure how good of a view we'll get, but they're about to do a little bit of flame working over there. And again, they're doing some hands-on workshops over on the left bench. They're making some fish. So we're heating up a small rod of color, almost like this. It looks like it's white. Heating up just the end of it with a torch. They're going to blob it onto the piece. Oh my gosh, this is so fun to watch. So this is how you create smaller or finer details. This is creating the eye of the fish. Thank you very much. Now back to the center bench, we have all the glass we need, all the material we need, all the color, we went into the mold, so we're ready to blow this out and turn it into our pitcher. So using this pad that Sarah has, she can kind of guide which way the bubble blows out. And guess what? This is actually just folded up newspaper that has been soaked or splashed with a little bit of water. That's all that material is. If anything, the water decays it faster than the glass. And next we create the jack line. So at the center bench we're using these 2 metal blades called the jacks. We have to do this for any piece we make, whether it's sculpted, blown, this bench, that bench. We have to create our breaking point so that the piece comes off the pipe. And now we can continue to blow this up. Again, we're using these wooden paddles to shield Sarah's arm from that radiant heat that's coming off of the piece. And for those who just or recently joined in, again, we're working on some pineapple pictures like you see right here over at the center bench. And we are also seeing some hands-on workshops over on the left, which I've been highlighting here and there because they're making something super cute today, which are these blown fish. And they have facial features like big lips and eyes that are specifically drawn on, I don't know, they're just adorable. And feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have if you don't already know. Just grab my attention. And next to the center bench, we are flattening the bottom of the piece with a wooden paddle. And once they're happy with the shape of the bottom of the piece, it's flat enough and that corner is sharp enough, then they'll move on to eventually breaking this piece off of this pipe onto a different pipe. And you'll see what that transfer does, but it flips the orientation of the piece. So now the lower half of our piece is complete. We'll let this stay cool at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I know that doesn't sound very cold, but at this temperature the glass won't move very much, but it also won't crack from thermal shock or cooling too much. In the meantime, a pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end is being prepared. This is going to be attached to the bottom of the piece, and then we'll break the piece off from that divot we created earlier. It's all coming together. And then we'll be able to open up the top and actually finish the picture off. I would say one of the most satisfying parts of the process is when they trim the opening or when they attach the handle, because the handle is usually done in one go. They just attach it, bend it, twist it into place. How long? So these pieces are really fast. They only, ooh, my volume, jeez. They only take 30 minutes each to make. Yeah, and that is fast, trust me. Some pieces take all day to make, or even days, months, depending on the complexity of the piece. When you go through the galleries, you'll see, for example, this really intricate sea turtle. That is insane. They made piece by piece, so each individual fin, the shell, the head, and then they cold worked them. Those designs were etched, kind of drawn into the glass using grinding tools and layers of different colors. And then they fired it all up again and connected each piece individually in the hot shop in one day. It was insane. I was so lucky to see that. Yeah, also to point out for those who just joined in, we are working on this picture right here, just a variety of different colors in the hot shop. And this is a pineapple pitcher, specifically because of the patterning in the glass, which comes from the pineapple mold. So now we start working on the opening of the piece. You came in at a good time. We're going to open this up and attach the handle. First, we stretch the top out using some tweezers and just pulling. And this is all excess glass that'll be trimmed away. So this piece is slowly opened up using the jacks, those two metal blades, just on the inside of the piece. This is really thin glass. You'll notice it's heating up really quickly, but also cooling down really quickly, so there's a lot of back and forth. And speaking of back and forth, rolling it across the bench, keeping the glass on center, everything is just slowly moving like a putty. So it looks like they're done with the overall shape of the body. They'll keep that warm again while Trent is preparing the handle. And just in case you didn't notice, the handle is actually blown itself, so it's a hollow bubble all throughout. So it's going to be blowing another bubble. If you haven't seen us start the projects, this is a really good reference. We gathered a single layer of clear on the end of our pipe. We'll roll it on the marver. This is cooling, pulling heat out of the glass. It'll prevent it from blowing out too much in one direction. And then we blow into the end of the pipe and quickly cap the end of the pipe with our thumb. And this keeps the air trapped and kind of pressurized inside of the pipe, which will push through into the glass. Otherwise, you're just blowing and blowing and blowing. It's really hard to start a bubble, but once you have it, you actually have to blow pretty gently. So we just heat this up one more time and then bring it over to the center bench. And then attach it to the side as our handle. This is all done pretty much in one go. It's stretched out, cut off with a pipe, and then twisted into position. To create that spout, they just heated up a small section of the lip and pushed it outward, finishing our picture off. So now we can start getting ready to break the piece off and put it away. Torch that connection area until we see some movement, and then we can apply some water, crack that connection, pop the piece off. We'll torch the bottom to stamp the Museum of Glass logo into the bottom. This is a store item, something we try to do, just make sure our signature is on there. And just to point out ahead of time, this large black box over on the right wall is where we'll be putting this piece away. It's currently sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, so it'll hold it at a healthy, warm temperature, and then eventually slowly cool the glass down. So just a tap of the pipe, that piece has now popped off. Stamp the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo, and then pick it up to be carried over and put away. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. Third picture of the day done. Yeah, they're each taking almost exactly 30 minutes. It's very smooth. Also, I have a satisfying video to show you just for fun. I've noticed that people really enjoy watching this video. And the reason I play it, you'll see these little horses kind of hiding throughout the hot shop, glass horses. And these are something that glass blowers make as almost a test of their skill, or just to use up leftover little bits of color. So that video will play now, how they make these. It's seriously just all in one go. They have a fresh gather on the end of their pipe, and they quite literally just pull the pony out of the glass like it's magic. So what's interesting about these is you'll usually never see them in stores or for purchase anywhere. I think it's almost partially just taboo, but a huge reason they don't sell these is they don't get cooled properly. They don't go through that slow cooling process, the annealing cycle, so they can spontaneously break. And because of that, if anyone ever has these, it's usually because they're gifted them directly by the glass artist, which is really cool. So yeah, that's how they make a pony out of glass. And it looks like we've pulled out a brand new piece of color at the center bench. So again, what we start with is called Color Bar. I have some little examples here, but we get it shipped in this bar form. We'll break up sections of it to use. It's different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into clear glass and then melted down and rolled into those bars. Then, of course, shipped out to our hot shop. Also, just to point out again, over on the left, we have some hands-on workshops going on today. They're making these blown fish in the hot shop. They're really cute. They're these very round orb-like creatures with big fins and lips and eyes. Every single detail put on by hand. But yeah, this is something that you guys can sign up for in the future if you ever want to make a piece of glass yourselves. Just check in at the front desk. They'll give you even more information. So we'll be starting over on the far right bench. We're melting that color down completely, and at the same time, a clear bubble of glass will be prepared. And what we'll do is we'll layer that color over top of our clear bubble, and that creates the appearance of a piece being all made from one color. But if you were to cut it open, look at the cross section, it's almost tree-like rings the way we build up those layers of clear and color. Okay, so it looks like we've sectioned this color off. We're just going to be using that small ball of color on the very end now. But we'll use up the rest of the color as we go along for the future pieces. So same process as earlier, we melt that color almost completely to the texture of honey, and then we drop it down on top of that clear bubble. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Just wanted to give you an introduction as to what we have going on today, and also point out that I do have closed captioning on the screen as well as cameras that follow the artist movements around, so definitely keep an eye on that. We are going to be working on this picture right here on the center and right bench. We're going to be working on these pictures. So these are for the Museum of Glass store. We stamp the bottom with our logo and everything. And it's made by our resident team, people who work for the museum. And then over on the left bench, we will have some hands-on workshops going on throughout the day today. So these people are coming in and getting their first taste of glass blowing, sitting down and making a blown fish. And I know few people just joined in, so point out again, this is the piece we're working on right here on this pedestal in the front. This is a pineapple pitcher. Because we use a pineapple mold to get those air bubbles within the walls of the piece. And just to show you what I'm talking about, could I have the pineapple mold up on the screen? Thank you. So up on the screen, we have an image of the pineapple mold that shows off the inside of the mold. It has all these inward-facing spikes that push into the glass. And then when we gather over top of that glass again, it traps air bubbles because those spikes created indents into the surface, and then we're covering them up again. So we're going to be seeing that whole process over on the right bench. Once we move it to the center bench, that means we're going to be blowing it out and actually shaping it, turning it into the pitcher. So that's what we can expect to see over the next maybe not even 30 minutes. Each of these pieces takes 30 minutes from start to finish. So we've gathered a layer of clear over top of that layer of color we just applied. That means pretty soon we'll be pushing it inside of the pineapple mold. Also, I know a few of you have probably not been in a hot shop before, so I should give you a little overview, describe the temperatures, the equipment. First of all, I'm sure you've already seen we're gathering our clear glass out of the furnace here with the closed door. So this barrel-shaped tank is holding a crucible filled with clear molten glass, like this diagram shows up on the screen, sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And yeah, there could be up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass inside of this tank. We use it every single day. Even when the museum isn't open, sometimes we have special programming. Now we also have these open face furnaces, and these are used to reheat the glass. They run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer. And everything is running off of natural gas, I'll point out. It's just kind of constantly being pushed in and ignited to create the heat. We'll see some torches later on. I'll make sure to point those out as we go. But just now we are about to go inside of that mold. Up on the screen, Trent has heated up our elongated bubble and is stuffing it into the pineapple mold on the floor. And for those of you who haven't heard this description yet of the mold, this has a bunch of inward-facing spikes that are pushed into the surface of the bubble and created a bunch of dimples that are evenly spaced apart. And the idea is when we gather over top of that layer of glass, it'll cover up those dimples and trap these little pockets of air, and that'll create perfectly spaced bubbles within the walls of the piece. You can see it up on the screen, all those little dimples. Almost looks like a strawberry, just like very small pock marks. So sometimes they'll spray water inside of the furnace. I'm not sure if anyone else noticed that. This is hopefully hitting the surface of the glass and breaking any air bubbles that have risen up, so we don't get any, I guess, randomly placed air bubbles within our pattern. And then we use the pipe cooler, so don't worry, you guys aren't missing too much. It's just a trough of water that we set the pipe into, and that allows us to handle the pipe closer to the glass again. And once we've moved over to the center bench, this means that we have all the glass we need to start blowing this out and turning it into our pitcher. So using this pad and Sarah's hand, she's guiding which way the bubble blows out, wanting to keep the end of the bubble a little bit thicker. That's the base of our piece. Also, this pad is just folded up newspaper that has been splashed with some water. That's all that material is. And next we created the jack line. The jack line is that divot off the end of the pipe. It's really important that we create this early on before we even finish shaping the glass. But it does mean that we're getting closer to finishing the shape. So we'll blow this out a little bit more. We'll flatten the bottom of the piece. You can already see the color starting to change, meaning the glass is getting thin enough that it can start cooling more rapidly. So now we flatten the bottom with a wooden paddle. And our next important pivotal move is going to be attaching another pipe to the bottom of the piece. And then we can just go ahead and break this piece entirely off of the pipe that it's on right now. This will flip the orientation of the piece so we could start working on the top, opening it up, finishing it off. And of course, I know a lot of new people have just joined in. We are working on making a pitcher right now, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. And these are for the Museum of Glass store. So the people who are working at the center bench and right bench today, they work for the museum. And they are making as many of these pitchers as they can for the moment. We may see a different project later today, which would be some lids for some jars. So we went ahead and attached that to the bottom. And to break the piece off, we apply some water, which creates enough thermal shock to crack that connection and eventually pop the piece off. So just like that, we flipped the orientation of the piece. Now we can start to open this up. And welcome to those who just joined in. We are working on making some pitchers for the Museum of Glass store, like a juice pitcher or a water pitcher at the center bench right here. And then over on the left, if anyone's curious, by the way, we have some hands-on workshops going on over there where we're making blown fish in the hot shop. Yeah, these are pretty detailed. They blow them out and then they add all the fins individually. They create individual eyes and lips for the fish. They're really cute. So we've heated up the front of the piece enough to start stretching this section of the glass out. And then we'll trim this glass away with the shears, getting rid of some excess thickness. And then with a couple of heats, we can really start to open this glass up from the inside, just slowly lifting the wall. Also, if I haven't mentioned this to the newcomers, feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have. Just grab my attention, let me know. And it doesn't have to be limited to the hot shop. It could be questions about the gallery, for example, or the building. So it looks like we've opened this up all the way. We're going to see the handle made next and then brought over, attached to the side of the piece. And if you haven't already noticed, the handle to this pitcher is actually hollow. So Trent's going to be blowing a small clear bubble of glass. If you've missed the blowing process, it's pretty quick, but it'll be happening again over on the right. So Trent has started with a single gather of clear glass on the end of his pipe. This is rolled on the Marver, which is going to suck heat out of the glass wherever it's touching and prevent it from blowing out too much in that one direction. And he blows into the end of the pipe before capping it with his thumb, pressurizing the air enough to just pop into the glass. And then after one more heat, this can be brought over and attached to the lower half of our piece first before being stretched out and cut off. So in just one fluid motion, we now have our handle. This will be reshaped a little bit after a brief heat. And then we just have our spout to create. Our spout's going to be basically just heating up a small section of the lip on the opposite side and then just pushing the lip outward. The different colors come from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into clear glass. And we don't make colors ourselves. We actually get them shipped in this bar form, already made, and then just take off sections to use. So the cooling process for the glass is usually the longest part of the process. They go inside of these large boxes that we have in the hot shop, like the one over on the right wall is the one we're using today. It sits at 900 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's not actually cold. And then we press a button and it cools down very, very slowly for usually about 12 hours. If we let it cool down too quickly, then the glass will start to crack and break from thermal shock. So we've finished this piece. We're getting ready to break it off and put it away at this point, torching that connection area, heating it up, and then we'll apply some water to crack that connection only and just pop it off. And because this is a store item, we are stamping the bottom with the Museum of Glass logo. So with the tap of the pipe, pops right off. And just like that, we have finished our piece. Let's give them a round of applause for their work. Thank you, everyone. And into the annealer it goes to slowly cool down overnight. So we won't see those pieces that are in there again until tomorrow morning probably, where we can open the doors up and take them out, display them. Like a lot of these pieces were made yesterday. And again, we are going to be making these pieces continuously, just getting a variety of colors. And eventually we will see a switch up. We should see some lids made. I think they'll be made for jars that are kind of similar to this, maybe just a little bit smaller, like this one here over on the left pedestal. And could I have the Kids Design Glass video, please?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings, and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen. The ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like in the inside, it's all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids' design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
All right, so welcome to anyone who's recently joined in. I see a few new faces in the crowd. We have a couple of different things going on the hot shop floor today. I'll mostly be focusing at the center and right bench where we have our resident team. These guys are working for the museum and making some store items today. Specifically, what we'll see them make are these pineapple pitchers right here. And it's called a pineapple pitcher because we use a pineapple mold to get those individual bubbles that are spaced across the surface of the glass. And then we also have over on the left side of the hot shop a group of people who have come down. They're doing some hands-on workshops with various visitors today who have paid to come down onto the floor. Today they're making some fish, and these are super cute. They have these very round blown bodies, and then they attach the fins individually, and they create the individual eyes, all these intricate details. So feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have. I can always give a little overview of the hot shop. It's probably a good idea, assuming a lot of you guys haven't been in one before. And then, of course, as we were watching that video, we saw the coloring process of the glass. So this is creating that overall blue color within our piece, just from that small layer of color. Now, the tank that Trent is going to soon go inside of, we're currently spraying some water inside of it. This is our glass furnace. It's holding a crucible filled with clear molten glass at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it stays at that temperature 24/7. We never turn it down, we never turn it off. And then at the same time, we have these open face furnaces. We have all of these running today because we're using every bench. It's kind of warm in here. And these run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little bit warmer. And they're used for reheating only. So again, there's nothing physically inside of these. It's just natural gas being constantly pushed in and lit. And again, Trent is gathering one more layer of clear. This is going to start building up some mass for us to work with, but when we blow it out, you won't be able to see any layers of separation between the clear and the color. Yeah, if you look at the cross section, if you were to like cut open a piece of colored glass especially, you'd be able to see almost tree-like rings where you have your clear layer, your colored layer, and then maybe 2 or 3 layers of clear after that. It's really interesting. We used to have this little example piece of glass where it was almost a tube and then they cut it so you could see those individual layers, but I'm not sure where it went. You'll just have to believe me. So over on the right bench, Trent is going to start blowing this bubble out, shaping it a little bit to get it closer to the shape of the inside of the mold. And speaking of, could we have the image of the pineapple mold up on the screen, please? Just briefly. So I want to show this off quickly so we don't miss anything, but this is the pineapple mold. It has all these inward-facing spikes that push into the glass as we push the glass inside of the mold. So that's what we're going to be using next. Thank you. The idea when we go inside of that mold, all those spikes are pushing into the glass. It's creating these dimples across the surface of the bubble. And these dimples, if left alone and blown out, they turn into these really nice square or diamond shapes that you might see in ornaments. Or if we gather clear glass over top of them, like we'll be doing today, we create all these little pockets of air. Yeah, so you can see those dimples pretty well through the screen. Almost reminds me of the texture of a strawberry, really, where those little seeds are. We let this cool down and then gather our next layer of clear, which this is the final layer of glass we need before we start blowing the piece out. Oh yeah, and again, I think I didn't tell the newcomers, but we have some hands-on workshops going on over on the left. I'm mostly focusing on the process at the center bench since this is our resident team and they work here for the museum. But yeah, they're making some fish over there, some blown fish. So we've just gathered a layer of clear. You can see what happens if we stop turning the pipe. That's why we're constantly keeping the glass rotating. But we dripped some glass off. This bucket is completely clear glass only, so eventually we crush it all up and throw it back in and reuse it. Just getting closer to an exact amount of glass we need by getting rid of some. And then we come over to the center bench. Again, this is where we fully blow the piece out and finish it off. And for those who have just joined in, we're working on pitchers today, like a water pitcher or a juice pitcher. So now we start blowing this out. This happens pretty briefly. It does not take a lot of force to actually expand the glass. If anything, we have to be gentle. And Sarah's using this pad to kind of guide which way it blows out and control the shape. This is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. That's all that pad is. The glass that we're working with is kind of taffy or putty textured, so it's somewhere above 1,000, somewhere under 2,000, probably right in the middle of that range when we're working with it. And that's why we have, yeah, Fahrenheit. That's why we have the wooden paddle as well. We're shielding Sarah's arm from that radiant heat because, yeah, it is a lot of heat and we're only a few inches away at times. So at this point, we have started to flatten the bottom with the wooden paddle. This is sometimes done a couple of times to create a nice sharp angle between the wall and the foot or the bottom of the piece. And now that we've flattened the bottom, that means the lower half of the piece is complete, and we'll soon attach another pipe to the bottom of the piece and break the piece away from the pipe it's on right now. This whole process will flip the orientation of the piece. This is the pipe that we'll attach to the bottom. Some clear glass is added to the end as an attachment point, basically. Also, yeah, some colors can be a little bit different when we're working with them in the hot shop, but this one's true to what it will be as a final result. So again, we just attach this right to the center of the bottom. And once we're sure that connection is secure, we'll apply some water to that divot off of the first pipe. So that's our breaking point, our weak point. If we didn't have that weak point, then the glass could break anywhere when we go ahead and break it off. I know, it was just a simple tap of the pipe, that piece is popped off. And now we can start working on the opening, open it up, and create our handle, finish the piece off. We just have a few steps left. Also, just to share, we will have our third Thursday this Thursday. So free admission into the museum from 5 to 8 p.m. We have a late night and free admission on the third Thursday of every month. So if you're around and you want to see some more glass blowing for free, then stop on by. Another way you could check in on what we're doing is we have a live stream that we run every single day as well, which you can look up on YouTube or through our website. Yeah, I know. It's interesting. Yeah. And then I don't know. I always imagine maybe people are like on lunch break or they're just at home doing chores and it's on in the background. Yeah, exactly. So whatever you hear, like me talking on the microphone and everything you see on the screen, that's what you see on the live stream. So we were just trimming some glass away around the opening. This is more so to get rid of some extra thickness more than anything else. We don't mind if the pieces turn out slightly different heights or widths. They're all handmade and people might want a little bit of a bigger or smaller piece. Yeah, since again, these are going into the store. So we finished the overall shape. We'll now start getting the handle prepared. Trent is going to blow a single bubble of clear glass. So this handle, if you didn't notice, is hollow. We'll be blowing a bubble, bringing it over and attaching it to the side, stretching it out. All in one go, just one heat. So this happens pretty quick. Trent has gathered just a single layer of clear on the end of his pipe and is rolling this on the marver. The marver, that metal table, is pulling heat out of the glass on the sides of the glass. So that way, when he blows this bubble, it pushes through and thins out the bubble right at the very end, more so than the sides. And now this can be heated up one more time before being brought over and attached to the side of the piece. Also, sounds like they finished another piece over on the left. So just twisting this glass around, we have finished that handle off. This can be reshaped with just a light heat and then using that piece of copper tubing on the inside of the handle. I'm sure a lot of you know copper is conductive, very conductive compared to other metals, and so it'll allow the glass to stay a little bit warmer than if we were to use a steel tool. And then our finishing detail is the spout. So we just heat up a section of the lip, push it outward, and then the piece is done. So now we're just preparing to break the piece off and put it away. When we put this piece away, it's going inside of this black box on the far right wall, where it will slowly cool for usually about 12 hours or overnight. Yeah, it cools very slowly. This prevents thermal shock. So we pop the piece off. We want to torch the bottom so that we can stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and that's kind of our finishing move for a lot of our pieces. If we can't stamp it, then they will hand sign the bottom with a Dremel, which is even cooler in my opinion. So there we go. We have finished our piece. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Thank you, everyone. I want to play a satisfying video. Could we have the pony pulling video? I've just been showing this off like crazy lately. People love it. And they'll probably take just a little breather. They'll come back and they'll make the next one. We have time for one more picture. But on the screen, we have a video playing now. If we have leftover bits of color on the end of our pipe after the color application process, sometimes you'll see the artist pulling ponies out of it. They'll just gather a single layer of clear over top of the color and then pinch with the tweezers, eventually using some diamond shears to finish the horse off. You used to see these throughout the hot shop everywhere. Now they're just on top of the furnaces, which is really hard to see from where you're sitting in the audience, but if you have really sharp eyes, then you could see them. Now, the reason you won't see these in stores, I think it's partially just taboo, but it's also the fact that these are usually not properly cooled, like the way we put that piece away. These are usually just left out to cool, or they just put them in the garage and they cool down faster, but still kind of slow. So the only reason people would usually have these in their possession is an artist has directly gifted them to you, which is really cool. Yeah, the person in this video is Nick. He's one of our full-time employees in the hot shop, and he has made thousands of these, as you could tell. And this all does have to be done in one go. He's not just showing off. If you allow this to cool down and then try to remelt the glass, you're going to melt those features away that you already worked so hard to get. So it's really just you have to do it all in one go. Yeah, for those who just joined in, we are going to be working on one more pineapple picture, which again I'll show off right here. This is the final result. And the reason it's called a pineapple picture is because we use a pineapple mold to get these perfectly spaced air bubbles within the walls of the glass. And you'll see us do that whole process starting over on the left bench. And then the way that we add color is by using color bar. So it's just a solid color through and through. It's a transparent color usually. We'll just section it off and melt it down and layer it. And that's actually what they've done over on the right bench. That's very beginning. I wish I had my example, but if you look at the cross section of a piece of glass, you see those layers almost like tree rings. This is the example up on the screen. Wow, this is perfect. So we don't have the physical example, but the image is just as good. Thank goodness. So yeah, you could see it's just a thin layer of color, and it's a little hard to see, but there is a thin layer of clear within the color as well. Yeah, so there are so many different kinds of glass. It's basically infinite because you can mix a lot of different things with silica. So, of course, there's various functional glass like eyeglasses and windshields, and then the more so art glasses. This is considered a soft glass, but it's a soda lime glass. So soda ash, limestone, and then silica sand. But another art glass is borosilicate. So all those insects you see in the gallery are made out of this really hard scientific glass that can also be used for Pyrex and beakers. So they're pretty strong. If you take a thin strand of hot shop glass, I wonder if I have an example. Yeah, if you take a thin strand like this, you can totally just snap it. It's soft glass. But if this were boro, you would have a really hard time. You'd actually have to put some force into it. Yeah, there are other kinds too, but those are the most common when it comes to art glass. So we've gathered one more layer of clear glass over top of that layer of color. And this is all the glass we need to go inside of that pineapple mold, so we'll see that pretty soon. Each time we get a new layer of clear, we sit down and we start using the block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool. And this kind of smooths and evens out that fresh layer of glass so that we have even thickness all the way around and even temperature. So we are going inside of that mold now. I think you guys should have a decent view of this. Again, the mold has all those inward-facing spikes that push into the surface of the glass and create all these individual little dimples across the surface of the glass. And let's see, could we have the pineapple mold example up on the screen again? So luckily we have this slide right here that's showing off the pattern that we're going for within the glass on the right. And then over on the left, it's showing off the mold that gives us that pattern. So when we create those dimples across the surface of the glass, we let that cool down. And we gather one more layer of clear, which traps air pockets inside of those dimples. And this is the final piece that we're making on the front pedestal right here. So this is a pineapple pitcher based off of the pineapple mold that we just used. And these are store items, so eventually you'll see them up close and in person in the Museum of Glass store. The people who are working on this piece are working for the museum. They're a resident hot shop team. And then over on the left, we have something a little bit different going on. We have these hands-on workshops we do one weekend a month. There we go. So Saturday and a Sunday. And they are making some fish today, these blown fish. So we have just gathered one more layer of clear, again covering up those dimples. You'll see those air bubbles already on the screen. And we're cooling the pipe down before we come over to the center bench to blow it out. So now we are starting to blow this piece out. Sarah's trying to keep the end of the bubble that's furthest away from the pipe thick, so she's guiding which way the bubble blows out by using the newspapers. So yes, this pad is actually just folded up newspaper that has been soaked in water. That's all that material is. Conforms to the shape of your hand, which then the glass conforms to the shape of the papers. And then using gravity to elongate this shape of the bubble, we at the same time create our breaking point. So that divot off the end of the pipe, that is called the jack line. And later on, we'll break that entire piece off from there. And just to share real quick, these are only 30-minute pieces, and we are already about 15 minutes into this piece. Believe it or not, we're halfway done. So at this point, we are getting pretty close to finishing the lower half of the piece. We're flattening the bottom with a wooden paddle as we continue to blow it out just a little bit further. So now that we've finished the lower half of the piece, we'll prepare a second pipe with a little clear attachment on the end, and we'll bring it over and attach it to the bottom of the piece before breaking the piece off. And this whole process flips the orientation of the piece, and it's where you can always tell if a piece of glass is handmade unless they very carefully cold work it away. But there's like this little area on the bottom where you can see it was attached to a pipe, and that's the spot we use to stamp the bottom with the logo. We're scratching the bottom of the piece with a broken piece of glass. Might wonder why we do that. We're creating a target for ourselves to hit when we bring that pipe over. Sometimes we'll mark it with chalk. And then right away, that second pipe is attached. And once this is centered to the bottom and they're happy with that connection, they'll break the piece away using some water, thermally shocking the glass, and then tapping the pipe to completely pop it off. So just like that, just in one quick move, we have broken our piece off the pipe. We'll do that same process at the very end when we break it off of this pipe as well. Yeah, you usually always need a glass blowing team to make certain pieces of glass. The most important part that I'll specifically point out is when they were flattening the bottom. They also had the jacks on the side to make that nice crisp edge, and then they also had a third person at the end blowing air in so it didn't collapse on itself. So at that point, you needed 3 people, and there's not really a way around that unless you have a hose to blow for yourself all the way at the end of the pipe, which is really cool. But yeah, usually you'll see teams of 3, if not 4. And then the person who sits at the bench, they're called the gaffer, and they're kind of like the glass blowing team leader. They're kind of telling people around them what to do. Yeah, we just stretched out the top of the piece before trimming some excess glass off. Again, just getting rid of some thickness right around the opening of the piece. Yeah, that's where all the scraps on the floor are coming from, if anyone's curious. So it's not like we've broken anything today. Those are all just trimmings from the rims of the piece. Yeah, everything is running off of natural gas, including this torch here. We do have a torch that we use at the end that you can see it has these 2 lines, which are propane and oxygen. And then inside of the boxes, we have a bunch of electric coils. So a few different ways of heating up the glass. The only ones that run 24/7 are the ones that hold the molten glass inside of the crucibles. So the ones with the closed doors. If they're really well insulated, I could stand a foot away from it and I will feel warm. But if I stand a foot away from that thing, I'm getting burned. So it's looking like we have opened this up to its full size. And now we'll start preparing the handle. And I've been pointing out, if you haven't noticed, the handle is hollow. It's a bubble itself. So Trent will be making another bubble of clear glass and bringing that over. And this is attached to the lower half of the piece before being stretched and cut off and then twisted into place. And to create that spout, they just heat up a small section of the lip before pushing it outward. And just like that, our picture is completed. I know, those are fast pieces of glass, huh? Now we just prepare to break the piece off of the pipe. We'll heat up that connection point where the piece is connected to the pipe until we see a little bit more movement in that connection. And then we apply water and break the piece off just like we saw earlier. So again, we're going in with that water. And this will be knocked off upside down so that we can torch the bottom and then stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. Also, just a little fun fact, this torch is the hottest item in the hot shop. I'm sure you can tell how hot it is based off the color, but it gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. So this has gone into the annealer. If you haven't seen this box already, this is what we use to very slowly cool the glass overnight. So we won't see those pieces again until tomorrow. And that box is sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit right now, so it's not cold, but yeah. And I think that we are going to go on our lunch break, so please feel free to ask any questions if you guys have any final questions. If not, then we'll see you in about an hour. And I know some of you just joined in. I'm sorry. We'll be back. Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop, everyone. I just want to point out a couple of things before I continue too far. Eventually, we will have cameras on the screen following the artists around as we move. We also have closed captioning on the screen. I know my voice can be echoey inside of this large cone, and we will be using some louder equipment later on, so you could keep an eye on that. And I'll give a quick introduction as to what we'll see going on today, and maybe even a little overview of the Hot Shop. So today we should see our artists making these pictures right here on the front pedestal. This is specifically a pineapple picture because we use a pineapple mold to get those air bubbles within the walls of the piece. And I'll make sure to point that out specifically in a bit. But we're going to be working at the center and right bench on those pieces of glass. These will eventually go into the Museum of Glass store. And the people who are working there, they are our resident team, so they work here at the museum part-time, full-time. And we will also have some hands-on workshops going on the left. So this is something you guys could sign up for too. I think it's full for today. Otherwise, they would have let me know. But you could come down on the floor and make a piece of your own glass. And today, they're making these really cute fish. They're blown. They have these really round bodies and facial features such as eyes and these big lips, fins, everything. They've got all the details on these adorable little fish. And just to give you a quick overview of the Hot Shop, you'll see Trent use this in just a second, but this tank in the back is where I always like to start, that tank with the closed door. This is where we're getting all of our clear molten glass. So in the very beginning, we need to start with just a single layer of clear on the end of our pipe. Inside of this tank, we have a crucible filled with up to 1,000 pounds of that glass. And then we have these open face furnaces. These are used to reheat the glass only, so there's nothing physically inside of them. It's just natural gas constantly being pushed in, and those run a little bit warmer, so up to about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. So you'll see us using both of these tanks on and off. See Trent in the back has just gotten our first gather of clear. And just to point out, these pieces only take 30 minutes from start to finish. So these are really quick pieces of glass. We actually ended up making exactly 6 earlier. So what we'll see happen first, up on the screen or over on the right bench, is we're going to see the color application process, where we get our color in the first place, which I know you guys haven't seen this. Do we have the color bar slide that we could pop up on the screen? In the meantime, I'm going to show off this, which is a piece of color bar like you see on the screen. So these rods of color, there's solid colored glass through and through. They start with the clear mixture, which is raw sand and soda ash, limestone, and then they throw in some other metals, minerals, and oxides for the color. And it's melted and rolled into these bars, which we have a piece of that bar on the end of one pipe over there. We're completely melting it down. And it'll be layered within the walls of our piece. That's the best way to describe it. Yeah, the people you'll see working at the center and right bench, again, they're our resident hot shop team. And some of them you'll see more frequently than others, but they're all working for the museum and making store items specifically. And then over on the left, I guess technically the people who are guiding these hands-on experiences, they're part of Hilltop Artists, which is a local kind of set of programming for youth to blow glass, ages 12 through usually 18, but it can go up to 26. And that's actually how I started blowing glass personally. So if anyone's curious about that, if you're local and you're within that age range, then let me know and I can give you more information on that programming. It's completely free and it takes place through a couple of hot shops in a middle school and a high school here. So as we could see up on the screen, we have completely layered that colored glass over top of a small clear bubble. So we do already have a bubble within this glass. You just can't see it at the moment. And we'll be gathering another layer of clear over top of that, just giving us more material to work with. And don't worry, you're not missing too much. There's just a pipe cooler up in the front, which is a trough of water that we set the pipe into. You'll produce some steam as that water evaporates. And just to show you how long it takes some pieces to cool down, Sarah's just now pulling out some more pieces that were made yesterday. We always turn everything off to cool down at about 5 p.m. So that cycle is pretty long. So from there, we lengthened the bubble and stuff it inside of our pineapple mold, which luckily I have an image to show you so you can see the inside of this mold up on the screen now. It has all these inward facing spikes, so when we push the bubble in, it pushes all those spikes into the glass and it creates all these little dimples across the entire bubble. So if we look back at the bench, we should see those dimples across the surface of the glass. Could we have a view of the bench, please? Thank you. And the idea is when we let this cool down and we gather another layer of clear glass over top of this, this is going to trap air bubbles inside of all of those little divots. And it creates, again, this perfectly spaced pattern like you see with this picture right here in the front. By the way, any of the glass you see drip into that bucket, we're just getting rid of a little bit of extra material, and anything in this bucket is all clear glass only, and eventually we just crush it up, throw it back into the furnace to reuse it. And now that we've moved over to the center bench, this is telling us that they're ready to blow this piece out and turn it into the pitcher. They always start the projects on the side benches and move to the center bench to finish them. So it always depends on the piece exactly, but we technically, for this one, have our original clear bubble, and then our layer of color, and then 2 layers of clear over top of that. So there's 4 layers within this piece total, and 3 layers of clear. So this is already starting to be blown out. And Sarah's doing some shaping using this pad. And guess what? This pad is actually just folded up newspaper that we have soaked with a little bit of water. That is all that material is. It conforms to the shape of our hand. You surprisingly can't really feel any heat through them at all. Oh yeah, we could totally blow glass at just one bench, and sometimes we have to if there's a lot going on or a lot of people working on the floor. But frequently we usually want 2 benches to work at so we can work on multiple components and then bring them together. So you will usually see 2 of the holes lit up when you come in, at least. So all this equipment's usually running between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And that makes it pretty hot on the floor. Luckily, it's only like 90 right there in front of the furnaces. Also, we have done a couple of important things We created a jack line, which is the divot right off the end of the pipe. It's our breaking point. And we have really started to blow this out. And earlier, you couldn't tell what color we were using. Now that it's starting to cool down, you can definitely tell it's going to be this dark blue. And focusing most of the heat on the very end of the bubble this time, we're going to be flattening the bottom with a wooden paddle. So now that we've flattened the bottom, that means the lower half of the piece is completely done. So next we have to attach a second pipe to the bottom of the piece. Then we can break this piece off of the pipe it's on right now. And this is going to flip the orientation of the piece so we can start working on the other side. You'll see this whole process in just a few moments. We're preparing that second pipe with a little bit of clear glass as an attachment point. For some reason, I can't hear the last little bit of what you're saying. Oh, we're making this picture right here on the front pedestal for anyone that hasn't seen it yet. And it's specifically called a pineapple pitcher. I'm not sure if you were here for the beginning where we stuffed it inside of the mold to get those air bubbles, but that mold is called a pineapple mold. That's why we call it the pineapple pitcher. And these are going into the Museum of Glass store, so you should be able to see them up close and in person in maybe a day or two once they have cooled down enough. So now we've attached that pipe to the bottom. We'll let that connection cool down just a bit. And then to break the piece off, we apply water, cracking that connection with thermal shock before tapping the pipe. And if anyone's curious and didn't hear earlier, over on the left we have our hands-on workshops going on over there. So they're making some blown fish today. And you're welcome to check that out. Just kind of walk around and look at them. But they happen one weekend a month. So this entire weekend they've been doing these workshops. It's a different theme each month, by the way. So this month they did fish yesterday and today. but another month it could be birds, or it could just be more general. Maybe you're making a bowl. And speaking of things to do here at the museum, we're going to have free admission into the museum on this Thursday, so the 21st, from 5 to 8 p.m. This is something we do every month. On the third Thursday, we have free admission in the evening. So if you're looking for something to do, you want to come back, watch more glass blowing, then feel free. So now we've heated up this glass enough to start working with it again. The first thing we did was we went in with some tweezers and we were pulling and stretching the top of the piece out. All of this glass that was stretched out is going to be trimmed off. This is just some excess thickness that we're getting rid of. And after getting another heat, we can fully open this up by going on the inside of the piece, just slowly pushing those walls out. If I didn't mention it already, we're using these wooden paddles for a couple of different reasons. We've used them to flatten certain areas of the piece, but we're also using them to shield Sarah's arm from the radiant heat coming off of the piece. So I mentioned earlier that we would see some torches. This torch will heat up a section of glass at a time, allowing us to focus heat to one area or to balance heat out if one area is getting a little too cold. And it does run off of natural gas as well. So now that we have the overall shape for the pitcher, we're creating the handle. This is a single bubble of clear glass that is attached to the side of the piece, meaning, yes, the handle is hollow. So this is how we start our projects too. Other than the lengthening of the bubble, we blow into the end of the pipe, cap it with our thumb, and that pressurizes the air enough to just burst into the glass. So now this handle is heated up and it'll be brought over and attached to the side of our piece. And then after that, we only have one more detail, and that is the spout for the pitcher. Now this second torch that we're using is pretty different. This one's running off of propane and oxygen. You can see the two lines hooked up to it, actually like right behind me. And this one gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's super hot. It's going to heat up a small section of glass at a time. Really helpful for sculpting or small details like this handle. Also, that's a train stopping. Isn't that kind of cool? It's because we're partially underground. So just like that, we have finished our pitcher. Just heated up a section of the lip, push it outward. We now have our spout. And to get ready to break the piece off, we will torch the area where the glass is connected to the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. And then we go ahead, apply water, crack that connection, and pop it off. So again, we apply that water, tap the pipe, and we will torch the bottom so that we can stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo for the store. And then this piece is completely done. This is going to go inside of that black box over on the far right wall to slowly cool overnight, usually about 12 hours. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. So just as I promised, it only took 30 minutes. It's 2:29. So each of these pieces is taking 30 minutes. We have 6 hours of work time a day, which means that we should have about a dozen of these pieces by the time we're finished. And I did hear at some point we may see a lid made, a lid for a jar. I think they're made for specifically these smaller jars over on the left pedestal today. So we should see another project at some point. Also, I'm going to play a video just for fun that I've been playing on and off lately, and that is a pony pulling video. So could we have that, please? So this is a silent video. I'll talk over it a little bit, but you'll see these ponies throughout the hot shop, especially on top of the glass furnaces. These little glints of glass you see, those are ponies standing up rearing on their hind legs. And the way these are made is with a fresh gather of clear glass. Sometimes there's color in the center, sometimes it's just clear. And you have to use only that residual heat to create these horses. If you were to reheat this piece of glass, you would lose those fine details. And I've been pointing out, you usually won't, if ever, see these for sale anywhere. A lot of them are not cooled properly, and it's almost just taboo, even if you do cool them properly. So the only way you see people with these horses in their possession is if they were gifted them directly by the glass artist. I don't know, they're just really cool, very satisfying to watch. Yeah, just in case there's any other active duty or veterans in the audience, I wanted to point out that we have a program specifically that allows you to blow glass for free. And I'm actually one of the instructors for that program. It's really fun. It's called Hot Shop Heroes. They just finished the summer session, but they're moving on to the fall session, which starts in early September. So definitely look into that if you're interested in blowing glass yourself. That's a really good opportunity. It's like full sessions. You come in for like 6 to 8 weeks, one night a week. And it is in the evening, so if you work during the day or you're busy, it's usually okay. You come in from 5 to 9. Ooh, and can we have a view of the left bench as they put the eyes on this fish? Okay, so we don't have a view of this quite yet. Well, I mean, we have a view of the left bench, which is perfect, but they're still heating up a piece of glass that is shaped a lot like this guy here. You could think of it as a stringer or a strand of glass or just a small rod of colored glass. We're heating that up with a small torch. This is called flame working. And you can use this to almost draw on the glass. You can create lines if you heat up and drag this rod, or you can create dots, which they're going to do for the eyes. I don't know. This process is just super satisfying, and the fish looks super cute in the end. So we have a good view of this on the screen. So that original dot is created and then flattened down lightly with a metal paddle or tang. So just to share a little bit more about flame working, if you've already gone through the galleries, you've seen this, but in the galleries we have a ton of insects. Those were made with a table-mounted torch and rods of colored glass, very similar to what they're holding here. And they just build those insects off of those rods or out of those rods. So just to give you all a little overview of the hot shop and focus back in over here, this tank with the closed door is the glass furnace. So Trent just went inside of that right now and he got a fresh layer of clear glass on the outside of the bubble. And based off this diagram, this should help out a little bit, but it's filled with molten glass inside of a giant ceramic crucible, just at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. When you open the door, you can't really see inside, so this diagram is super helpful. We run this furnace 24/7, so the glass is consistent in temperature and texture for the next day. And then these open face furnaces, these are used to reheat the glass only. And we have one at each bench. They're kind of like our workstations. And these are run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And yeah, there's nothing physically inside of them. It's just natural gas being pushed in, unlike the glass furnace, which has that crucible in the bottom. And we are getting ready to go inside of the pineapple mold again, it looks like. So just to describe again, over on the right bench is where we're getting started, and we're making this pitcher right here, which is called a pineapple pitcher. Because we're using a pineapple mold, which you'll see Trent go inside of in a second. This mold has all these inward-facing spikes that push into the glass, and they create all these little dimples, which then, if we gather glass over top of the dimples, creates air pockets or air bubbles within the walls of the piece. So Trent's going inside of that now, gives it a little puff of air. And then you can see clearly up on the screen all those little dimples across the surface of the bubble. And again, for those who are joining in, it's our resident team. So they're making some store items today. Perks of sitting in the front row. Close to the action. So yeah, we have all those divots. We're letting this cool down right now, so Trent, he could have sat at the bench, stood around, decided to show it off to everyone in the front while it was cooling. And he's going to gather one more layer of clear. And just to point out, for those who just joined in, this is the final product, once again, this pitcher. And this is all the glass we need to make our picture. So now we go to the center bench where we'll actually start to blow it out and shape it. And Sarah's been the one who's gaffing today. The gaffer is the person who sits at the bench, and they're almost like the team leader. They kind of have those around them moving and assisting. Yeah, the type of glass that we use in this hot shop is a soda lime glass, so soda ash limestone, but mostly silica sand, just as you would imagine all glasses are. And then we apparently also have a little bit of lithium in this glass, which makes it softer. I don't know, really interesting. And then the colors, of course, those are coming from metal oxides, minerals that are mixed into the clear glass mixture in the very beginning. So we've done a couple of things already in just those few seconds. Sarah's created the jack line, which is that divot off the end of the pipe. And this is where we break the piece off eventually. So this is our breaking point. And then we have really started to blow this out, shape it using this pad again. This pad is just folded up newspaper soaked with water. That is all it is. And after blowing it out to mostly its full size, we start to flatten the bottom. And we're just flattening the bottom with this wooden paddle. That's why these are so charred, but we do also use them for shielding, again, just protecting Sarah's arm from that radiant heat. And this means that we have finished the lower half of our piece completely. So what we do for a lot of sculptures, blown glasses, we finish the bottom first, and then we flip the orientation and finish off the top. So we've gotten our second pipe ready, just a little bit of clear glass on the end as an attachment. And this is connected right to the center of the bottom of the piece. Once this is set up, it's not moving so much, it's cooled, we can break the piece away from its original pipe by using a little bit of water, cracking that connection enough for it to pop off. So just like that, in one move, we have flipped the orientation of the piece. And just to mention real quick, in case you didn't know already, feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have, whether it's hot shop questions or gallery questions or just building questions. Just grab my attention and I'll come right over. So now that we've gotten this hot enough, can start to open this up. And what we'll do is we'll first trim off a little bit of excess glass. So tweezers first are used to stretch the glass out, thinning the glass. And then eventually Sarah will go in and use some shears, which are like scissors essentially, and just cut that glass away. This leaves us with just the right height and it thins the glass out at the same time. So we're trimming now. This is where all the scrap on the floor has come from, not from broken pieces, but from these little trimmings during the process. So we have finished the overall shape of our pitcher. We're keeping it warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit by heating it up every once in a while with a torch, with the hole. And I know 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit sounds way more than warm, but if it were any hotter, glass would start to move and change shape. If it were any colder, it could start to crack and break from thermal shock. So it's just a happy, balanced temperature. And now at the same time, Trent is preparing the handle for the pitcher, which is a single clear bubble, meaning this handle is hollow. So that bubble is blown, it's lengthened, and he rolled it on the table in such a way to create a divot right at that connection point so it comes off a little easier. And now we come to the center bench. Attach that to the side of our piece. And then go through the process of twisting and pushing this handle into place. Yeah, this is done pretty fluidly all in one go. Then use a piece of copper tubing to reshape the handle while it's warm. And then we just have one detail left, and that is the spout. So to create the spout, they just heat up a small section of the lip, push it outward, and that is it. And then the piece is done. So to prepare to break this piece off the pipe and put it away, we're torching that connection where the glass is meeting the pipe till we see some movement in that connection specifically. And then we can apply water right to the end of the pipe, crack that connection, and pop it off. Really a lot like that process we saw earlier when they broke it off of its first pipe. And just to point out, this is going inside of the large black box over on the far right wall. This is sitting currently at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and it will be cooled down with just a press of a button slowly for about 12 hours. It's programmed to start that cycle. Finish this piece, we're torching the bottom and stamping it with the Museum of Glass logo. Again, this is a store item, so eventually you'll see them on our store shelves. And just like that, this piece is done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you very much. So we won't see that piece again until tomorrow, once it's cool. I know the glass looks pretty cold and solid, but it's still at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit right now. Very warm. And then again, we have some hands-on workshops going on over on the left. Feel free to check out what they're doing. And welcome into the hot shop to everyone who's just joined in. Yeah, I see a lot of new faces, so I'll reintroduce the project that we are working on specifically at the center and right bench. This is what I've been focusing on for the most part today. So we have been making pictures all day, like you see right here on the front pedestal. And this is specifically a pineapple pitcher, so we're using a pineapple mold to get those perfectly spaced air bubbles inside of the walls of the piece. You'll see this whole process take place mostly over on the right in the beginning, and then we actually blow it out and shape it at the center bench right here. And yeah, these guys are a resident hot shop team, so they work here part-time, full-time, some of them. And over on the left, completely different project, we're seeing some hands-on workshops today where some people have paid to come down on the floor and make their own piece of glass. Yesterday and today, they have been making these blown fish. So up on the screen, we have a view of one of those fish right now. It looks like they're getting ready to create the eyes. And the way they create the eyes is really fun. I love to describe it. They have these rods of colored glass that they can heat up the end of, and they can either drag and continuously heat to create lines or patterns, like if you're writing, or if you want to create dots, you just heat up a nice big ball on the end and then squish it down onto the glass, which is what they're doing for the eyes. So this is called flame working. And then if we take a look over at the right bench, we have already heated up our colored glass enough to drop it on top of our clear bubble. This process is called a color drop or a color overlay, and it creates a layer of color within the walls of the piece, much like here and here. And actually, could we have that color overlay drawing slide? Thank you. So I just wanted to show this off. This is a really good description of the process. Again, we start with a clear bubble. We completely melt down a solid piece of color, and this is layered over top of that clear bubble, covering it up. So all you see when you look from the outside of the piece is that color, but if you look at the cross section, it's actually just a thin layer of color within the walls. Thank you. So at this point we have layered our color. We're letting it cool a little bit, and then we're going to gather a layer of clear over top of this color. So again, if you haven't seen this tank already, this is where we're getting all of our clear molten glass. Inside of here is sitting a large ceramic crucible filled with up to 1,000 pounds of that clear molten glass at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And the texture of this glass is a lot like honey. So you saw Trent just allowed some of it to drip off the end. Very satisfying. So all I know is that we use spruce pine glass, which is a specific company. I'm not sure where they get the materials, but they ship in the exact mixture of what we need, because it isn't just pure silica. It's got other things in it to soften it and lower the melting point. So we source it from a company, just throw it in and melt it down. It's like these big, I think it's like these cardboard boxes or almost paper wrappings. And sometimes they'll throw the entire thing in other studios. We actually load them up into these troughs, and it's like a sandy mixture, and then just dump it in. It's really satisfying to watch. And apparently it only takes about 1 day to fully melt down into the molten glass. They just turn the temperature up a little bit. And again, that mixture is mostly silica sand, a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone, and apparently a little bit of lithium. And I know I just missed it, but we stuffed the glass bubble inside of a mold on the floor, and that is the pineapple mold. Has all those inward-facing spikes that push into the glass, creating these perfectly spaced divots like you see on the bubble now. If we were to leave the piece like this and continue to blow it up, it would end up having these square or diamond-shaped patterns repeating across the entire surface, kind of like those ornaments you'll see hanging in stores, hand-blown glass ornaments. But if we gather a layer of clear over top of it and cover it up, like you'll see, this traps air pockets inside of those little divots and creates our texture here. So we just gathered another layer of clear. Now we can sit down and use the block, which is a wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even out this fresh gather. And yes, this block is constantly kept saturated in water, which is inside of those buckets behind the bench. So surprisingly, they do not have significantly different temperatures, the various open face furnaces, but we switch between them based off of the size of the piece sometimes, and then we also will just have different stations set up for different things. So we start our pieces over on the right, move to the center bench to blow it out and actually shape it. This might mean that we have slightly different tools, we have this torch lit up, but yeah, not a significant difference between those temperatures. So this is starting to be blown out. Sarah is guiding which way it blows out and just keeping the end thicker using the pad of newspaper. Now we're hanging the glass down, stretching it out, and we're also creating the jack line. So the jack line is that divot off the end of the pipe. It'll become our breaking point. And now we can continue with that shaping. So we'll blow it out to its full size. We'll eventually flatten the bottom. So we're now flattening the bottom with a wooden paddle. We're keeping the jacks on the side. This is pushing the glass into a crisper corner for that bottom edge. And I know some new people just joined in here and there, so welcome into the hot shop, first of all. And I wanted to point out what we're working on. I know we have a lot going on the floor today, but I'm mostly focusing on the resident team here at the center bench. They're working on making some pitchers today, like a water pitcher or juice pitcher right here. And we have already gotten our texture, our color. We've blown out the bottom. Now we need to flip the orientation of the piece and start working on the top. And over on the left, we have some hands-on workshops going on. If you're curious about that, they're making some blown fish today and yesterday. This happens one weekend a month. People come down on the floor and make their own glass objects to take home with them. So in order to start working on that other side of the piece, we need to break it off of its first pipe. So we attach the second pipe to the bottom. We let that connection cool down and set up a little bit. And then we use some water to thermally shock and crack the glass off of that first pipe. I know it happens quick. The science behind it's pretty cool. Tapping the pipe sends a vibration to those cracks and it just spreads very rapidly, pops off. So the people who work full-time in this hot shop, Sarah's one of them, and they all have between 20 and a little over 30 years of full-time glassblowing experience at this point. And yeah, I'm not sure the exact number. I think Sarah's in like the mid-20s area when it comes to glassblowing experience. So whenever we get questions about like, how long did this piece take to make, it's like 30 minutes and 25 years or something like that. Yeah, these guys are really experienced. And I think you're considered more of a professional glass artist, glass blower, when you have 10 years of experience. So at this point, we heated up the front enough to start working with it. they stretched the glass out by pulling at it with some tweezers, and then they trimmed all of that glass off just now using some shears. And this is leaving them with a perfectly thin wall and the exact length they want, and also just a very smooth, flat opening. There could be a little bit of jaggedness when we break it off of that first bite. So this is opened up basically to its full size. And then they'll just keep this piece of glass warm while the handle is prepared. And again, the handle is actually hollow, if you didn't notice already. So it's a clear bubble that's brought over and attached to the lower half of the piece and then just stretched up and twisted around. So this is pretty satisfying to watch. Definitely recommend it. Trent is rolling this clear glass on the marver. This thick metal slab sits on top of the marver, cooling, pulling the heat out of the glass. So when he blows, this bubble is mostly shooting towards the end since he cooled the side so much. And then when he's spinning the glass, creating some centrifugal force, it's pulling and stretching. And then this is quickly brought over and attached to the side of our piece. And they make it all look so effortless. Handles are really hard to make symmetrical and to make look good. One side could be a little thin and the other a little thick. And I mean, all these handles are going to turn out slightly different from each other, but they've been doing this for a long time, and the pictures are a very popular store item. And then to create the spout, we just heat up a small section of the lip, and then we just push that outward with a tool Just a very light push, and that creates our spout. So just like that, we have finished our piece, and pretty soon we'll just start to get ready to break it off and put it away. And all of our finished pieces today are going inside of the annealer on the right wall, that large black box over there, which sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. Just runs all day until we're done, which then we press a button, and it cools everything inside all at once for about 12 hours. So we've been heating up that area where the glass is connected to the pipe. Now we apply some water all the way to the end of the pipe, cracking that connection again, enough for it to pop off. We'll torch the bottom, stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo to completely finish it off. And stamping it is going to, of course, add our logo for the store, but also smooth that area out where it was connected to the pipe. And just like that, we have finished our piece. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Thank you, everyone. So another one done. And I just want to check in and see if anyone has any questions or curiosities so far. I've got tons of knowledge to share with you on techniques and patterns in the glass, history on the building. And just in case you have any youth who would be interested in glass art, there's a couple of things that I've been mentioning. There's something for kids 12 and under, and that is Kids Design Glass. You've seen Art Alley. It has all those individual kids who have designed their own pieces. They get turned into glass in the hot shop. 2 of them are made. 1 of them goes home with the family. 1 of them stays here at the museum. And then there's also something even better, in my opinion, which is you get to blow glass yourself when you're 12 and older. So I started at 15 blowing glass here in Tacoma through the Hilltop Artist program. And yeah, if you guys know any youth who's interested in either of those, let me know. I can give you even more information if you need it. It's all free. Tacoma's a huge glass blowing hub. And could we have the pony pulling video, please? Yeah, these ponies are really satisfying, easy to make. Well, oh my gosh, not easy to make. Can't believe I said that. Quick to make is what I meant to say. about a minute or two. They're very magical. Just start with completely molten blob of glass and then you get a horse. You'll never see these for sale. It's considered bad luck to sell them. So oftentimes when people have them, they were gifted them directly by the glass artist that made them, but these are almost like a test of the glass artist's skill. They'll do this to compete with each other or themselves. So it looks like we're getting started at the center and right again. I believe we're going to continue to work on these pictures. We're just trying to make as many as we can within the day and a variety of different colors. So we've moved on to that more ambery color, which is called Aurora. So we only cool the pipe to make it more comfortable for ourselves to handle the pipe. And every once in a while, especially if we have the pipe sitting in the pipe warmer for a while, which is underneath that little black box on the wall there, or if we have it sitting in the garage, this box here, they both are sitting around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, but more of the pipe than we need heated can get heated and make it hard for us to handle. So I get that question every once in a while. You will not see the artists wear gloves or a ton of heavy protective equipment. It can actually hinder their movements and make it harder or even more dangerous in certain circumstances to blow glass. For example, I have seen when they work with these really big pieces of glass and they need to get close to it with their hands, maybe sculpting, for example, they have to wear gloves because there's a lot of radiant heat. But at a certain point, you have to know when to take a break or step back because that heat will build up in the gloves. And then all of a sudden you're having to like rip them off or dunk them in water, and it can be a little dangerous. So you can't tell how hot it's getting when you're wearing them until it's too late. Yeah, we hardly ever see anyone burn themselves at all, and when they do, it's usually just like a teeny tiny little nick, or they grabbed maybe the wrong end of a tool for a split second, so it's never anything major. I personally consider kitchens to be more dangerous to work in than hot shops because you have like boiling liquid or splashing liquid, and that's something, if it hits you, you can't just take it off. Glass usually will just bounce right off of you, interestingly enough. Everyone should be wearing glasses though. A lot of us just have our personal glasses. Now, up on the screen, we're seeing the color overlay process, or the base of the color overlay process. This process is where we completely melt a piece of colored glass and drop it on top of and eventually layer it over a clear bubble. And this is what the color looks like when it starts, if you haven't seen it already. This is called color bar. So we just take sections of it. We get it shipped in this bar form. So we have completely layered that color on top of our clear bubble. And I just wanted to point out one more time, I'm not sure if anyone new has joined, but this is what we're making right now. This is a pineapple pitcher. And the reason it's called a pineapple pitcher is because we use a pineapple mold, which you'll see us use pretty briefly, to get those perfectly spaced air pockets within the walls of the glass. So we have our color. We're going to let this cool down a little bit, and then we're going to gather a layer of clear to have more material to work with to build up mass. Yeah, so it's a little bit hard to describe how glass moves, but for some reason it doesn't really like flow within itself when we're working with it like this. It's more so layered on top of each other. So if you were to cut this open and look at the cross section right now, you'd see almost tree ring like layers where it's clear, color, and then clear again that we just got. And yeah, this layer of clear just built up a little bit of mass, just gave us more material to work with. And again, inside of that tank is a large ceramic crucible filled with molten glass. So that's where we get all of our material to even start our projects. And, oh, let's actually go to the last one, that picture. Okay, so this is a really good visual for what I was just describing, those layers here. And it's a little hard to see, but there is a layer of clear within the color, like in the very center of that blown circle. Thank you. You know how they got that piece of glass? They blew something almost like a tube. They let it cool down, and then they had to actually cut it open. And we have an entire cold shop where we have various diamond grit tools, almost like woodworking tools. We have a big disc sander and a belt sander and everything. We just have water running, and we have a lot of diamond grit. And then we can cut into the glass, polish it. So Trent has heated up this bubble of glass. He's blown it out. He's shaped it a little bit. We want this longer, slightly tapered shape that will overall conform to the inside of the mold. And Trent's about to go into that mold. He's heating it up one more time. Oh, maybe not. Never mind. Rolling it one more time. But there's a mold on the floor to his right. So we've gone inside of that mold, we slightly expanded the bubble, and you can see those divots across the surface of the glass. I want to point out again that mold had all those inward facing spikes. They pushed into the surface of the bubble and it created those divots. So now, next time we gather a layer of clear glass, that's going to cover all those divots up and create those perfectly spaced air pockets throughout the piece. Also, yeah, if anyone was curious, if anyone noticed, they did spray some water into the furnace. The reason we do this is to break any air bubbles that have risen up to the surface of the glass inside of that crucible in there. And yeah, we have those perfectly spaced air bubbles for our piece. We don't want to add one randomly into the mix and kind of mess up the pattern. So now we've gathered a layer of clear. And we cool the pipe down. We're just using a trough of water, just setting the pipe into it so we can handle it closer to the glass. And Trent's showing off those air bubbles now. Again, they're perfectly spaced because of that mold. It would be impossible to get that otherwise. But sometimes you'll see glass that has a ton of air bubbles just throughout it in general, and that's a baking soda dunk. So they dunk it or spray it with baking soda, and then they gather clear over top of that. I know, there's so many different ways to work with glass. Like I said, I've got a lot of knowledge on technique. Don't test me on history, though. It's my weak point. Then we sit down at the bench and start using the block, that wooden spoon-shaped tool, smoothing, evening out that fresh layer of clear, and then we can start blowing it out. So we're starting to blow this out. Sarah's using this pad to shape the glass as it's continuously blown and keep the end of the bubble thick. This pad is just folded up newspaper that has been soaked with water. That is it. And for those who just joined in, I wanted to share once again, we are working on these pineapple pitchers right here, right at the center bench. We're finishing off one of them now. You came in at a good time. We have all of the prep work done. We're just blowing it out and turning it into the final shape. So hanging the glass down towards the floor, we're using gravity to stretch and shape the glass into a longer shape. And while we did that, we created a divot off the end of the pipe. That's actually our breaking point. And at this point we flatten the bottom with the wooden paddle. And once we have flattened the bottom, that means that the lower half of the piece is finished. So we'll get ready to attach a different pipe to the bottom of the piece, and then we can break this piece off of the pipe it's on right now. Just flip the orientation of the piece by doing that. So for the second pipe, we just gather a little bit of clear glass on the end. And this is rolled and shaped to be the perfect connecting point. So then we bring that pipe over, attach it to the center or the bottom of the piece. And once that connection stops moving so much, they will apply a little bit of water to that divot that I pointed out earlier. So cracking that connection enough for it to just pop right off. And the process moves pretty quick from here. We start focusing a lot of heat just on the front half of the piece, right around that opening. We'll stretch the glass out a little bit around the opening, cut some glass off, we'll open it up. Then we have those two details we need to add to this, of course, our handle and then the spout on the opposite side. So then using the tweezers, again, we're more so stretching this glass out. We're trying to thin the walls of the piece towards the opening. And then we trim it all off with some shears, like glass scissors. And then with one or two more heats, we can just fully open this piece up and finish off the overall shape of the body. This glass is pretty thin, so it heats up quickly, meaning it also cools quickly, and that means we have to work with it quickly. So going on the inside of the piece with the jacks, those two metal blades, we could just lift the wall up. Also, something interesting, I think that they just did it right now, but the jacks are one of the only tools that we put beeswax on. There are a few different tools that we put beeswax on so they run very smoothly across the glass. If they didn't have that on there right now, you would hear this horrible screeching sound as they go back and forth with that tool. And once they finish the overall shape for our pitcher, then we start preparing the handle. So Trent is going to be over on the right, gathering one more layer of clear on the end of a different pipe and blowing a bubble out of that. And that'll be brought over and attached as our handle. So yes, again, the handle is hollow for the pitcher. So that bubble is blown, and swinging or spinning the glass like this is going to create centrifugal force, pulling it, stretching that glass out for our handle. And yeah, for those who just joined in, I wanted to point out this piece of glass right here again. So we're continuing to make these pitchers. So that bubble is attached to the lower half of the piece before being stretched out and eventually being brought up to the top half. That glass cools pretty rapidly, so they're applying some extra heat to the second connection, making sure it stays secure. And there's a lot of heat coming from this torch, by the way. I'll point out it gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So you do not want to be anywhere on the receiving end of this torch for sure. But it's really helpful for sculpting, just heating up those small areas really hot and really quickly. And now that we have our handle, we just have to create our spout. So they always attach that handle first. That way, creating the spout is easy. You just go to the opposite side directly off from that handle. Otherwise, if you create the spout first and then you're trying to aim and place the handle perfectly, it's just a little bit tricky. So we heat up a section of the lip, push it outward, and that finishes off our spout. And now as long as they're happy with that overall shape, there's nothing they need to touch up, they'll just start getting ready to break it off and put it away. So for the most part, you'll see them torching the pipe, the very end of the pipe where it's connected to the piece. And this is done until we see some movement in that connection. And then we apply some water, crack that connection, and pop it off. I've been told a couple of different things, either that it needs to be hot enough for it to thermally shock the right way when we apply that water to crack off, or I've also been told that if we don't heat up the proper amount around that connection, then the cracks can travel through the piece and it's like too cold. So a couple of different reasons we might do it. And again, now we just apply that water and then tap the pipe to pop it off. Next, we heat up the bottom and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. This is the complete finishing move. And just like that, we are done with our piece. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for finishing our picture. Thank you, everyone. And into the annealer it goes. It's going to stay inside of this nice and warm box and then eventually very slowly cool down for about 12 hours inside of it. And we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. Yeah, we've been able to make about 2 of these every hour so far today, and we've just stayed very consistent. So I think we should be able to see how many more? 4 more made? No, wait, 2 more made? Gosh, I can't believe I just forgot what time the museum closed. And just to play something random, satisfying for you guys to see, hopefully you haven't already seen it, it's the pony pulling video. Just some entertainment while you wait. But we also do have some glass blowing happening over on the left bench. They're once again making these fish over there, these blown fish. But up on the screen, this is a pony pulling video. Very quick, very satisfying piece of glass. Other animals that are quickly made in the hot shop that you might see are things like swans. I'm trying to think of some other ones. Swans, ponies. I think I've seen people get funky and they'll make a pony, but they'll just make a really long neck and call it a giraffe. So yeah, you'll notice during that video, not once did they heat up that piece of glass again. It was all just residual heat from a fresh gather of clear glass on the end of a pipe. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. We have a view of the left bench right now, where they have been making these blown fish all day. So these are some hands-on workshops. The people who are sitting down and working over there are making their first piece of glass. So when the fish is knocked off, this is placed on top of a cookie of glass. That's what we call them anyways. Just a big pad of molten clear glass. And that's going to be the base. Cover up those sharp ends. Also give the fish a place to stand or sit. And we've just gotten started over on the right again. So just to reiterate, this center and the right bench, this is our resident hot shop team. These guys are working for the museum. And we will see them most likely make another one of these pineapple pitchers, which we have an example of right here, if you haven't seen it already. So we have an overall transparent color of some kind. They've been switching it up throughout the day today. And then we have specifically these perfectly placed bubbles of glass within the walls of the piece. And the reason this is called a pineapple pitcher is because we use a pineapple mold to get those air bubbles. So up on the screen we have a view of the right bench. We're heating up a piece of solid colored glass. All of our color starts off in, well, I guess not all of our color, but all the color for these pieces in particular starting off in this bar form. We get shipped in, and we will just take small sections of it and layer it within the walls of our piece, essentially. So we're going to see that process first, and then we'll see them stuff it inside of that mold. And this entire process from start to finish is about 30 minutes, not even 35. So we can expect this piece to be done in 20-25 minutes. So Trent is holding his pipe upright. This is a clear bubble that he has on top of the pipe, and we're dropping the color directly on top of the clear. And once that's evened out, we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling that color back until it completely covers up the clear. So that creates a layer of color on top of our bubble. And for everyone else who has recently joined in or just joined in, this is exactly what we are making right now. We're just going to see some different colors throughout the day today. And this is a pineapple pitcher. You'll see us use the pineapple mold eventually, which is why it has that name. Yeah, the key thing about this are those perfectly spaced air bubbles. They're really interesting looking, so they sell pretty well in the store. So we have a pretty good view of this on the screen. We have layered that color completely over the clear bubble. So we're just letting this sit and cool down for a bit, and pretty soon we'll be gathering a layer of clear over top of this just to start building up some mass material for us to work with. So we have just gathered that layer of clear. We use a pipe cooler, just a trough of water that we set the pipe into. And right away we are using a block. So this wooden spoon shaped tool, it's called a block. We keep them constantly saturated in water, and we have smoothed and evened out that fresh layer of clear before we blew out the bubble. This is going to be blown out and reshaped just a bit to fit the inside of that mold that I mentioned earlier. Which, speaking of, let's see that mold up on the screen, please. So again, this is the pineapple mold. If you haven't seen it already, it's up on the screen now. Has all these inward-facing spikes that when we push the glass into the mold, those spikes push into the surface of the glass. And that creates all these little divots across the entire surface of the bubble. Those divots, if we left the piece alone, we just continue to blow it out, they would create these repeating diamond or square patterns across the piece, like ornaments you would see. But in this case, we're gathering another layer of clear over top of those divots, and that traps air bubbles inside of those individual little pockets. So we have a piece of, well, not a piece of, we have this piece on our front pedestal and display. And for those who are further back up on the screen, we have a good view. And we're going inside of that mold now. Trent gives it a little puff of air. And once we've come over to the center bench, this means that we are ready to blow the piece out. We have all the material we need for it. So we still start off with the block after each gather of clear. And now we start blowing this out. And Sarah is guiding which way it blows out, keeping certain areas thicker using this pad of newspaper. So yeah, that pad in her hand, it's literally just folded up newspaper that we've soaked with a little bit of water. And we've heated this up again. Stretching it out by hanging it down towards the floor. And Sarah's at the same time creating the jack line. The jack line is this divot you'll see off the end of the pipe. And the jack line is, of course, where we break the piece off later on. So now we can just worry about finishing off the shape and getting it to its full size. So maybe a little bit hard to tell right now, but we are focusing more of the heat on the lower portion of our piece right now. The bottom of the piece is always furthest away from the pipe when we're first starting off. And this allows us to really push in with that wooden paddle without affecting too much of the overall shape. We're also keeping the jacks on the side of the piece to push the glass into a nice crisp corner on the bottom. So just like that, we have flattened the bottom of our piece, meaning that the lower half of our piece is completely finished. And we'll just keep this piece of glass warm. In the meantime, we're preparing our second pipe with a little bit of clear glass. This is the punty, and the punty is attached to the bottom of the piece, allowing us to completely break the piece off of the pipe it was created on. And once we attach this pipe to the bottom, things start moving pretty quick. We just let that connection set up a little bit, and then we break the piece off of the pipe using some thermal shock purposefully at that connection point. So using some water, cracking that connection, and then tapping the pipe to pop it off. We have now flipped the orientation of the piece, and we can start opening it up. So we're just really building up a lot of heat in the front of the piece. But once it's hot enough, we can start to open it up. So Sarah will first use some tweezers, just pinching at the opening of the piece and pulling outward, trying to stretch out that section of the glass. And then she can trim all of this glass away using some shears, which are kind of like glass scissors. And this is where all of those scraps on the floor have come from throughout the day. We've just been trimming the opening of the piece off. And that leaves us with the perfect opening. So now we have finished the overall shape of the pitcher. And our next step is going to be creating the handle. And the handle is made from a bubble itself, actually. So this is a small clear bubble that'll be blown and stretched out. And then our final detail will be the spout on the opposite side of the handle. And the piece is done. So we're getting really close. So we're making something different from what you saw earlier. We're still working with that same mold, interestingly enough, but instead of making a pitcher, we're making an air plant holder. And it's supposed to be shaped and textured and colored a lot like a pineapple. And again, we're using the pineapple mold, so it's just perfect. So Trent's at the center bench. Just now starting to blow this piece of glass out. So just like that, this piece is finished at the center bench. May have been a little bit hard to see earlier, but the other side was completely indented onto itself using the handle of a tool, actually. Yeah, for those that just joined in, we're going to see one more small piece being made at the center bench. Oh, and over on the left bench, they're doing something. Some sort of free blow. These artists were helping hands-on people earlier, so they came down on the floor and making their own first pieces of glass. And now they have a little time to themselves. They're finishing off the day, making something small. And Trent's working at the center bench making some of his own pieces. These are specifically meant to be shaped like pineapples, and we're using the pineapple mold like we were earlier. They're air plant holders, so the green comes out the top as if it's the green of the pineapple. Yeah, they're cute, they're clever. He has them in the Museum of Glass store every once in a while, I think, when they're not completely snatched off the shelves. My gosh, and it looks like they might be making a giant fish over on the left. Like twice the size of the ones they were making earlier. So Trent's gathering just one more layer of clear before rolling into the dish. And inside of this dish is something called frit, F-R-I-T. It's all these shards of colored glass that we then pick up on that clear glass, and it creates almost a speckled appearance for the finished product, which is perfect for the pineapples. So this has been blown out a little bit. It's rolled onto the table to elongate the shape. And this is the rough contour of the inside of the mold that we're going to be going into. And after this is heated up, it's stuffed into the pineapple mold. And then almost immediately, Trent will start to shape it and blow it up, first extending the shape of the glass. Also, I haven't described what this is, but that hose you see connected to the end of the pipe, this allows him to blow for himself, so he doesn't need an assistant to work with him, and he can just work on his own. So people ask me all the time, like, do you have to blow in teams? I mean, technically, no. It's just really hard to blow glass on your own. And then the end of the bubble is superheated using this handheld torch. Again, this gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is the side that the air plant would go into. So this is heated up enough that Trent should be able to push or divot the glass in on itself. And then this is knocked off. Bottom is torched to get rid of any sharp ends from where it was connected to the pipe. And then it's picked up and put away in the annealer. Again, this box just slowly cools the glass overnight, usually about for 12 hours. And that was our last piece of the day. Just on time. So the museum is now officially closed. It is 5 p.m. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you guys enjoyed.